just doing a couple of radio checks here real quick. Radio check. Had some issues with my sound last week, so I just want to make sure we're in a little better shape today. So radio check. Had some issues with my sound last week, so I just want to make sure we're in a... Looks like the sound's good. Turn this down and off. Sun's just starting to come up here, so we're just gonna stick nearby the boat ramp. Start off with a little crankbait. It's a big fat one. It's a 3-inch old school Bagley Balsa B3. This one is a kind of a pearl black back deal. When I was down here last week and fish for feeding on shad pretty good, so we're gonna start around this bridge before anybody else gets on it and just kind of see what we can do. Check my drag. Oh, my drag's light. That's probably pretty good right there. So, getting an early start. It looks like it's about 6:15 Eastern. Water temperature is about mid-80s. I see a beaver coming my way. Oop, getting into the trees up there because I got no depth perception first thing in the morning. What I want to do is get as close to this bank as I can. A lot of times these fish on riprap first thing in the morning, they're going to be right up on the bank. So you make a turn or two with that rod handle or that reel handle, and they're on there. What's up, David? Hey, David. This is a Bass Cat Felix. PHELIX is how it's spelled. It's a 17-foot, and it's only rated for a 25, but. And I've got a 25 on it, but I think it can probably handle a 40. I get about I mean, at best with all my stuff in here, I get 25 miles an hour, which is plenty, but it doesn't quite plane out as much as I would like, or as good as I would like. Nose kind of sits up a little higher, but it's a good boat. I did all the rigging myself, and I've really enjoyed it. It's good for inshore. It's good. I mean, I take it on Chickamauga and Guntersville Lake, where those aren't the smoothest bodies of water when the wind starts going, and it just kind of bounces over the top of the waves. So it does a good job. We're just kind of starting off this morning near the boat ramp, fishing some little riprap. We're in the back of a creek. This is one of the bigger creeks on the upper end of this lake. Yeah, I think I have a bad microphone, so I thought it was a receiver that I was having issues with, but I think it's the microphone. So I kind of figured out which one's better than the other and put that other one aside. I'm gonna try this one today, see how we do. I try to do the best I can with my sound and everything. I know that's important when you're doing this kind of stuff. People want to actually hear what I had to say, which is kind of surprising to me, but you know, I'll take it. I'm not sure how productive this little area up in here is going to be this time of year. I don't think I've ever really fished in here in July. Maybe one other time. Ooh. I can't really tell how clear this water is. This creek is actually called Mud Creek, and it's called that for a reason, because it is usually really low visibility. And I'm just kind of easing along and seeing if I can get something to come out and bite this thing. Thought that might have been a bite right there. Maybe not. I'll try some. Last week I wanted to do some vintage stuff, and I mean I did a little bit of it, but it wasn't very successful. This week I'm just gonna fish the way I usually fish. Power fish, jigs, crankbaits, swim jigs, stuff like that. Just see how we do here. Yeah, that water's fairly dirty, but it's not as bad as I've seen it. But up in here, this water's always off compared to the rest of the lake, so. Thanks, David. Yeah, I just wanted something. I fish by myself a lot. I just wanted something that I could kind of, you know, move around in pretty easily. You know, it's got a nice open plan. It's got a little deck, so I can feel like, you know, I've got a bass boat, but I'm doing some stuff to it. But this one I can just kind of, I can do just about everything I can do on the bass boat. The storage just isn't as good. And I take this one down to Florida. It's a little bit easier to keep clean than a bass boat too. Since it's all fiberglass, you just kind of spray it out. If you just spray it out versus having to get in there and vacuum and do all that mess. Got a few little bit of willow grass in here. We're gonna toss the spinnerbait around it for a little bit until we get around it. Yeah, that water's about 2 foot deep. But this is, I mean, this is a shallow lake, so you catch a lot of fish shallow all throughout the year. But waiting for that sun to come up, and I wanted to try some of this first thing in the morning. And then we'll go out to the river. I got some, I think I had a little tick right there. Go out to the river and fish some weed beds out in the river, fish some log jams, and that's maybe some creek mouths, and that'll probably be our day. Just trying some of that stuff out. And I'd like to get a bite up in this, up in this willow grass first thing this morning. I know this area gets a lot of pressure too. Well, for this lake, it gets a lot of pressure. It's just right near the boat ramp where I put in, so what happened there? Kind of a little bit more of a sparse patch here in front of us. Oh yeah, my buddy lives in Orange City. I went down there a few years ago and we fished Monroe, and I was surprised by how good it was. I guess I guess St. John's, the water, I mean, it was in May, and the water was still low, and man, it was easy to catch fish. But I went back there in the fall, and that water had risen. I guess all the runoff and everything that they get, you know, once it starts raining, and all the development really messes it up. And I know that's not one of the better lakes. We went down to Fellsmere last year and did pretty good. And I also like fishing in last few years I've been vacationing in Sebastian, and I take my kayak down there, and that's a real good place to kayak fish. It's not overdeveloped, doesn't get a lot of, from what I can tell, it doesn't get a whole lot of fishing pressure. Bunch of snook, and you catch a few red. I mean, you can't keep any reds down there, but it's a good time. Hooked some big tarpon down there. Biggest one I got in was around 40, which is a handful and all you want in a kayak. But I enjoy it down there. I'm not sure what part of Central Florida you're from, but I've been trying to get my buddy to go to the Harris chain because of all the issues. I mean, like, Monroe's only 10 or 12 miles from his house, but he always goes there, and Beresford, which is, from what I understand, it's basically a dead sea. There's not a whole lot of vegetation left in there, and it's not real good fishing. Thanks, Alan. But I like it down around that Sebastian area. Biggest snook I ever caught was in the inlet, just fishing a shrimp, just messing around off the bank, and it was probably 36-37 inches, which isn't a trophy, but that's still a good fun size fish right there. And I caught it on medium bass tackle. We got some good wind blowing into this bank. That's good. That ought to help us out a little bit this morning, if there's any fish here to catch. I'm about to go back to my crankbait. Pitch this thing up some of these little tight spots. I'm gonna try this big fat one, this big fat crankbait for a while. If it doesn't work, I've got a little smaller one. Yeah, that's what I've noticed, is that they don't have any vegetation hardly in them. About the only thing that I saw in Monroe was, I guess they call it spatter dock type of lily pad. And every now and then, if you can find you an eel grass patch, you might be able to do something. I think there's some on the north end of that lake, but it all gets pounded pretty hard. I mainly caught most of my fish in the south end, but we caught a bunch of them. A lot of 2, 3, and 4 pounders, man. It was actually a really good trip. That May trip was. The fall trip, not so much, but the May trip was really good. Gonna parallel this bank with this little crank. This is kind of a neat little area. This creek channel winds through this open water out here, and it touches the bank right in here. And then you'll see up there's another grass patch where it kind of turns back out again. But I like fishing down there, and I've fished stick marsh before. I really like stick marsh. Fishing wise, I probably liked it better than Fellsmere. Fellsmere is kind of a sensory overload on cover. It's got so much grass and so much reeds and so many, they've got it. I mean, it's built to be a sportsman's paradise out there, and there's a lot of bass in it. But it was just a little bit. It was kind of like, all right, well, what do we do? Having never been down there, and I don't do the guide thing, so just kind of trying to figure it out. We did catch a couple of big ones. The biggest one we caught was, I think it was 7.5, 7.75. So it was a good fish. But we didn't catch them like these guys that really know the lake do. We only fished it 2 days. It's a little hard for me to get dialed in 2 days of fishing a strange body of water, especially one like that where it's just all grass. If I had my choice of it, I would rather fish hard cover than grass, but I know grass has better fish most of the time. Yeah, and stick marsh is kind of off the radar now too, so I don't know if it's going to have any kind of a renaissance with everybody going to Fellsmere. I don't know what the grass situation is like there. When I went, it was maybe, I think it was in 2010, and there wasn't, I don't remember there being a whole lot of grass where we were fishing. We fished some lily pads and a lot of the standing timber and just wood is where we did most of our stuff. We caught a lot of fish. We were mainly catching them on just plastic worms, just using little old man's jelly worms back then. I've heard there's been a little bit of on the south end of that lake, there's some grass that's starting to come in there, so maybe that'll make that one turn around and be as good or better than Fellsmere for big fish. I'm not sure if Fellsmere's even peaked yet. It's not, I mean, is that lake even 10 years old? I'm not even sure if it's 10 years old. It's been there for a while, but all these lakes they've got cycles. I know when I first moved to Chattanooga, it was like 2013, 2014, something like that. Chickamauga was in very much an upcycle, and the grass was amazing. And there's the amount of grass that's on that lake now isn't even a fraction of what it was when I moved here. So, but it's coming back. We got the milfoil coming back there. Got some eelgrass that's starting to show up, which I'm curious to see what that eelgrass does in the next couple of years as it gets established, because I think it's gonna really help a winter. That lake draws down. It'll draw it down right to the top of where some of that eelgrass grows. Maybe you'll keep some of those fish shallow too. Of course, fish on Chickamauga are shallow year round, no matter what anybody tells you. You can catch them. You can catch them 3 or 4 or 5 feet deep in there all year. Morning, Andy. How are you today? I'm just doing a little power fishing down this bank, and that's going to be the game plan today. I'm probably going to end up settling down with a swim jig in the river as the day goes on, or a crankbait. That's what I think is going to happen. But in the meantime, we're going to get some good stuff way out here. Right now, we're just kind of going down this bank with a big crankbait, seeing if anything, a big square bill. I'll use some deeper divers when I get out there in the river a little bit. I can't believe I haven't had anything come up and slap this on this bank. Of course, I've never fished in this creek this time of year, so I have no idea what it's going to be like. But we're going to give it a fair shake first thing this morning, and then we're going to go out and try some other stuff. This is a good creek in the spring, and I fish in here a lot in the spring, or when I can. I've got some pretty decent. I'm gonna turn this little light off here. There we go. I don't need that. Plenty daylight here now. It's a real good, I mean, it's a shallow creek, but it goes up in there a few more miles. And I don't know, I would think that these fish wouldn't have to go anywhere. They could just stay in here all year, but I don't know what the bait situation's like in here. I mean, I know it's got enough depth. I'm going to turn out here and fish a spinnerbait along this little grass patch. I really want to make this grass patch thing work, because I really like fishing grass, this kind of grass. Hydrilla and milfoil and coontail and all that stuff, they can keep that, but I like this willow grass. It's fun for me to just keep a little spinnerbait right under the surface and have a fish come up there and blast it. But this watercolor, I might have changed to something with a little bit more thump. This is just a little double willow. I know they can see it, but or feel it, but I did catch a good one in here in the spring, but that's in the spring, and that was before the water was up. There's one. Whoop. Little guy. First fish of the morning, all right. Not a big one, but you know, at least it lets me know there's something in here that'll bite. What just happened here? Oh, okay. All right, there we go. Well, they can definitely see my bait. He just swatted at it. He got that trailer hook. What's up, J.O.? Just doing my normal gig down here, shallow water power fishing, and then we're gonna go out to the river in a little bit and do some of it out there. Hoping I can make these little grass beds work for us. Yeah, last week I fished spinnerbait like off and on all day and never caught a fish on it. So it's nice to catch one on it first thing this morning. May not be able to get an afternoon bite on it, but at least we caught one. And this water's shallow right here. I mean, it's about three and a half foot. So we got a little bit better depth here than where I started off on the grass. Where I started is about 2 foot right now. But I like fishing this stuff, especially like a spinnerbait, or I like a buzz bait some certain times of the year. You just kind of work it through there and they just come up and blast it. Fish a frog, if you're into that kind of thing. This water's a little bit dirty for that, I think, but there's a lot of this up here. If it was really popping off, we got more of it we could fish, but it's not really popping off. There's a bunch of it on the other side. We're gonna go over there in just a minute and give that a little bit of a test. Oh yeah, there's always some big fish to be caught shallow, always. Oop, I had something just kind of, I don't know if he was going after it or what that was, but I had something move there. Put it right in there on him and see if he's back. Nope. I think there's a little limb in there that was, oh, I had something hit it right when it hit the water there. Might have been a gar. This thing, where this creek bend is, this thing's right on the edge of this creek bend, so it ought to have a few fish pull up on it in the morning if they're not here all day. Let's see if I see any bait activity. I'm not seeing any bait activity in here, so this may do better out in the river. I had thought about going out there first thing in the morning, seeing if there was a topwater bite out there, but talked myself out of it. We still get time if we change our mind. Yeah. I'm gonna try to work my bait through these lanes and see if anything jumps out and grabs it. Got a little bit more grass down this little stretch of bank, so we'll stay with the spinnerbait for a little bit. We'll kind of keep it up in the water column where I can see it, and that's how I like to fish them. That's not always the best way to fish them. I think with these hot water temperatures, anywhere in here that produces some oxygen would be good for them, but who knows? Oh, there he is. Another little guy. Another little guy. Well, it's a start. Not what we're going for, but we'll take them. This lake is not known for real big fish. Oh, I'll probably get, dang, there's another one. 2 in a row, baby. All right. Again, not the size we're looking for, but hey, progress. And these are on that bank with some weeds on it. Bend my spinnerbait back up. Found a bait they'll hit at least, so that's good. At least the small ones will hit it. We'll get some good looking little laydowns through here too. Maybe we can catch a few fish off of them. Be nice to have something besides just some little sparse willow grass to fish. I pitch this thing in around this. Ooh. Pitch it in close here and get in every little nook of this wood. Oh. What the heck? What the heck? There we go. Is that it? No? There we go. Thought about just pitching around a big jig today, but man, that's just so slow. On this lake, it works sometimes, but man, you really limit your bites. And I like bites. I'm not worried about how big they are right now. But I do like to slam some steel in a biggie now. All right. Oh. I hit right on top of that thing. Well, if I can get it out of there quiet, I should be okay. That's the hard part. It's like, it's on there good. I got about 3 more inches. There we go. There we go. Let's get out of here. See if we can do it without banging everything up. Make a cast. Sometimes it'll put you in a little different angle for something else there. Okay. Oh yeah. I think my favorite lure is probably a crankbait, if I can catch them on it. But sometimes the spinnerbait does just as good or better. I tend to start with a crankbait, or top. Actually, my favorite bait is actually topwater. I like topwater fishing better than anything else. It's just a lot more exciting. But this watercolor in here does not lend itself well to topwater fishing, I don't think. I've got about maybe a foot of visibility at best. Pitch this thing around, see if anything comes out and nabs it. But we got no bites on the wood in here. Zilch. Oop, got me. Zilch on, ooh, that was awful. This just looks like a good place to pick apart with a jig. And I'm just fast fishing through here with a spinnerbait. Yeah. I tried a left-handed pitch there, but I can't do anything left-handed. Thought there might have been one come out on that thing. Ooh. All that, and then I got it caught up in a tree. We got a couple of new little trees down here. I don't remember them being here last time I fished this area. A little cast right off the end there. See if something's hanging out. Yeah, there we go. Nothing. One thing's for certain, I make a lot of casts throughout the day. What's going on, Don? Got three little bank runners in the boat so far today. And that's it. Try that again. There we go. That's where I wanted it the first time. Yeah. All right, we're gonna crank up and ease back around to where we started off. I'm gonna go around to the other side of this riprap, and then we're gonna go from there. Actually, and we're gonna hit this little island up here. Got a little willow grass that's right next to a creek channel. Could be the jam. Then we'll shoot across that bank and then we'll work through. Supposed to be a scorcher today. I brought plenty of water. I need to stay hydrated. Where'd my other glove go? Still in that bag. Go ahead and get my buff put on here and my gloves. The sun's coming up quick. Nice sunrise going on there, coming over those trees. Sneak on up on these guys. Oh yeah, how you liking that new 40, Don? I've been looking for one. I've been looking for a used one. I don't think I can make myself buy new prices, and I need a short shank or short shaft for my boat. This is the first, this 25 that I got on my boat. It's the first 4-stroke that I've had, and I've been pleasantly surprised. The only thing though is I don't think it has all that much power. I have a hard time if I don't put the boat trailer as deep as it needs to. It doesn't want to push it up on the trailer. So I'd like to get a 40, but haven't been in the cards yet. Maybe when I sell my bass boat, I can get one. I'm also a little bit worried how this boat's going to perform with one. So I haven't done it yet. I don't want to buy one and sell my 25 and then find out that I shouldn't have got rid of my 25. I'm gonna go around this thing clockwise. And also for this boat, I want to get an electric jack plate too. It'll set it back. I mean, the new motors have I think most of them have that long handle on them, that long tiller. I don't think I would mind keeping the kind of tiller I've got now, except that it doesn't have the trim button on it. It's a little bit shorter and it doesn't stick way out there. My seat's kind of far back in this boat. Oh, come on, there we go. That's a good shot right there. There's a fish there. He's supposed to slap it right there. Pop, boom. Nothing. Years ago, we fished a tournament. We fished a tournament down the main lake, and we pulled up on this little island that had some grass on it. And we already had one in the live well. It was a little evening tournament. A big thunderstorm came up, and we had to get underneath the dock for a few hours. And we pulled underneath the dock. The rain kind of stopped, and we were going in. I said, "Man, let's just go on in." And we were heading in, and there's 2 islands on the way back to the boat ramp. And they had one of them had grass on it, one of them didn't. We just happened to stop on the one with the grass to start. And I put on a little spinner bait, and first or second cast, I caught one like 3.5, 4 pounds. And then we went around to the other side of the island. There's a grass point with some wind blowing into it. And I made four casts and caught 3 bass. And we ended up winning that tournament. We had 13 or 14 pounds, which for this lake is a decent, what in the world, is a decent limit sometimes, certain times of the year. And we won the tournament. And we only fished for about 1.5 hours. That thing's acting up. Now we got a little. But this little grass patch here reminded me of that a little bit. That's a good little upgrade then, isn't it? Oh, there's a line there. Fun. Oh, there's a lure with it. I didn't get the lure. About do you know how much extra speed you're getting going from a 30 to a 40? I figure it's probably somewhere between 7 and 10 miles an hour, isn't it? That's what I would think anyway. I don't really have any idea. Kind of waking that thing along here. Got this little isolated clump that's quite a bit more sparse, which will give it a shot, and then we'll fish around, and we're going to cross over that bank. There's some grass on that bank, and that's kind of right where that's kind of a channel swing bank there too. Well, about 2.5, 3 foot here. Okay, that's decent. Yeah, if I get to like, I mean, this one runs, at best, this runs 25 with this 25 on it. But if I get to like, if I get to 35 or maybe even 40, that would be awesome. I just feel like only problem is it's not rated for it. I'm not sure why it's not rated for a heavier motor. I'm not sure if it's because of the weight, if it's something to do with because this boat's all fiberglass and the way that it's assembled. I don't know what's going on with why it's. But if it was just a weight issue, I could definitely shore it up in the back. I got a fiberglass guy that could do some of that work for me. Add some stringers back there or something. A little bridge right through this thing. Let's see if there. Yeah. All right. Well, we tried it. Oh, got me. Trying to shoot a little cast right in between that grass, and there we go. And that stump. That's the kind of place I'm supposed to catch a good one. All right, let's shoot across over here to this bank. And we'll hit that little bank for a second. Go hit our bridge, and then we'll go on the back side of this and work our way down. Alright, there's not as much grass over here as I thought there was going to be. We got a little bit of riprap. I know that, I mean, it's a channel swing bank. The thing comes right here and runs right there and then twists around. So we get one on that little point right there. Then we get around on the other side of this thing. It shallows up quite a bit, but there's a neat little, they got a seawall. It's kind of just a, it's not a straight up and down seawall. It's kind of at a 45. So, may bust the crankbait back out on it. There you go, that smaller crankbait. I tried that fat one down that entire bank, didn't get a bite, so maybe we'll try that small one and see if we do any good on it for a little while. A lot of times these fish, as the season goes on, they'll kind of transition over and you get more bites on those smaller baits. In my limited experience, oh yeah. Was your other motor a 2-stroke, or was it just a 30 horsepower 4-stroke? I've heard them say they get more torque, but I don't see any evidence of that with this particular motor I have. But it doesn't have the big foot. It doesn't have the big foot on it either. It's kind of, it's really not, I don't think it's made for a boat this size. Or it's not the best idea for a boat this size to put a 25 on it. And this is a glass boat, so it's heavier than aluminum. Might be fine on an aluminum boat. There's grass down through there. No grass down through here. I'm gonna put in this little pocket. I'm gonna put this crankbait back on. I'm gonna put that small one. I'm gonna take that big mom off there and put a little 2-inch model on. I don't expect to get any bites until we get around that bridge, but you never know. I have a feeling it's going to be an absolute steamer today. And I got my, there he is. Oh, look at that. Little tiny, tiny spotted bass. Tiny, tiny. That's almost embarrassing. Open your mouth up. There we go. Where's the quality bites? That is not what we're looking for. Okay. So you get a pretty good jump of hole shot from going from a 30 to a 40. That's good info. That's good info for sure. This is just a little. This is an old school bait. This is a called a Gray Ghost. It is a Killer B1 by Bagley. You don't see, and it's got a short lip. You don't see too many short lips. I've always done good on this lake with these little short lip wood Bagleys. I've got some other colors. This is actually my favorite color in it. I don't fish this bait very often, but they've been. I'm not going to go all the way in the back of that little pocket right there. They're feeding on some shad. Ooh, I'm gonna beat it up on that. Hope I didn't break it. Hope I didn't break it. They're feeding on some shad. I would, if I didn't know that, if I haven't seen them feeding on shad so much, I'd probably fish a different color. Right out in there somewhere, there's a little something. But I'd probably use a little fire tiger, or a little chartreuse greenback, or something like that, just because it's watercolor. But they've been feeding on shad so much, I'm gonna stick with this shadish pattern bait. And these docks are the predominant structure in here. I ought to be concentrating them a little bit more than I are, but I just hate fishing docks. So there you go. Saw a little weed twitch on them. Nothing. Oh, look at him. He got him a catfish. I don't know if you can see that herring on the bank. You got him a catfish about 12 inch, 14. Oh, I can't tell if that's actually a. I can't tell if it's. It might be one somebody's already cleaned out. I don't know why I didn't just go ahead and eat it. But. I know this dock right here has a bunch of wires and crap underneath it. It is not easy to fish. If I get a bite, I'm out. Just using my little 6.5 foot fiberglass rod. I like fiberglass for crankbaits. We'll go out to the river and I start using my other stuff. I got a 7 foot one I'm gonna use for those deeper divers. Well, nothing hanging on the concrete seawall there, it doesn't look like. One nice thing about fishing here versus near where I live, no boat traffic. If we see a pleasure boat before 11 o'clock, well, maybe 10. If we see one before 10 or 11 o'clock, I'll be surprised. Right there's where you get your spotted bass. Supposed to anyway. I'm gonna give this a fair shake. Feeling that thing bump that bottom real good. Oh, got a little caught up. Ooh, hit something way on out here. Try just a little bit further out. Ooh, I'm hitting some good stuff right through there. Cast just a little bit further out. See if we. This 20-pound line, so this thing's not getting down real deep. It's not real deep here, but a couple little rock piles out. Add a little deeper, so. A lot of times on this lake in this dirty water, you got to make a bunch of casts to a spot like that to get a fish to bite. I don't know if they're just ornery to bite, or if they if you just have to make a bunch of casts to find the right angle. A bunch of little sparrows or finches or swallows. I don't know what those are. Finches, I think. I'm not gonna mess with that. Let's go ahead and scoot on over across and hit this other side. Then we're going up the other side of this riprap. Ha! Hey. Sometimes that's the best way to do it. Just bass boats, man, they'll just eat you alive in maintenance. Get you a little boat like one of these, and little boat. I put the most gas on this thing I've ever put in it. I put a little over 3 gallons this morning, and I think that was 3 fishing trips worth. And I do some running now. I've caught a few good ones right here on this point. You gotta make the right angle. We'll get around to the right angle here in just a minute. Like that's a little bit better, I think. Let's see if might. Oh, I hear a boat coming. Bass boat. Oh yeah, flying up the river. I did.
Mind if I jump in over?
No, go ahead. I'm heading that way.
Okay, buddy. I just want to check.
Yep, no worries. I've caught some little ones. Hadn't caught anything any size yet this morning. Yeah, it's tough this time of year sometimes. A little lay down right there. All right, this little spot on the outside here I don't much care for, so we're gonna zip on around most of this. I'll just toss that spinnerbait. Anything that looks good. That wasn't quite where we wanted it. Zip on around all this and we got a pretty good looking lay down right here. Never caught a fish off of it. Never fished it this time of year either. My streak appears to have continued, at least on that first cast. Alrighty. Water over here looks a little bit dirtier than it was on the other side, but it could just be the way the light's coming out now. This side is quite a bit shallower, believe it or not. Oop. Actually, I'm gonna keep fishing this crankbait till we get up. I'm gonna give it a fair shake. Till we get up around some of that grass up there. Oh, there we go. Got a little hung up there. Oh, that wasn't a fish. Well, try not to hit myself in the head with this one. There we go. Got caught in a little vine right on the edge of the bank. There he is. Aha! Got another little baby on the crankbait this time. Oh, he's so green. He's so green. He kind of hit it, and I just yanked him right in. Nope, come on, buddy. I got him. I got you. All right, there we go. Ooh, he's had a little bit of a rough time. He had a little mark or two on his back end. No size, but that's number 5 on the day. And none of them have been any size. Well, we got one on this little crankbait, so that makes me a little hopeful. I don't like fishing off my left. There he is, good fish. I don't like fishing off my left side as much. There we go. There we go. A little better one. Not a lunker, but progress on the crankbait. All right. Kind of did a little bit more of a parallel on that one. Yeah, hit my little gray ghost. It's not a square bill, but a little fat gray ghost plug. We'll take it. Got him a mouthful too. That makes me feel good. That was number 6. So we've had a pretty decent, oh, there he is. That fish, that was a cool bite. I saw him come up. I went over a little limb there and he came up and grabbed it. All right, we might be doing something now, boys. That's what we're looking for. I mean, this isn't the size we're looking for, but we're getting bites. All right, that one's all beat up too. I wonder what's going on with these fish. Look like these herring have been in here pecking at them. That fish was on a little piece of wood right up off the bank. That's good. If we can get a bite off every piece of wood that's down this bank, we'll do good, because there's a lot of it. I think I see some shad flicking down there too. Didn't get anything off that one. That last fish, that thing went across two little limbs. Just kind of bumping through there, and then he came out and just smacked it. So oh, that might have been a fish. Oh, that was a fish. Dang. He hit it twice. Got right back in there. I didn't even. Oh, and then I get hung up on the. Golly. Had a bite, and then I get hung up on the limb. That fish hit it twice. Never even set the hook on him. He never got it, really. That's a good little lay down right there, too. It's all right when you get hung up, you gotta get right next to the bank and parallel it. That's a good time to catch one too. I like fishing right up against the bank a lot of times. It's a good way to get them. Keep your bait in the strike zone a little longer. Good looking stuff right through there. Ought to be something come out there and grab it. Oop, I don't cast over a limb. Well, thought we were about to just mop up on them. Bunch of little guys right through here, but hasn't quite happened, has it? Ooh. That one's sticking out a little bit further. Maybe there'll be something on that guy. Oop. Making a little bitty short cast. I'm not getting in a real big hurry down there. I mean, I'm fishing pretty good speed, but I'm trying to penetrate all this cover that's down through here. There's a lot of it. Oop. All right, there we go. Grass isn't doing as good this year. I'm looking at there's some behind me. There's a big place where there's usually a bunch of grass flats, and it's not nearly as healthy as I've seen it in the past. We did have a little drought this spring. They kept the water down. I'm not sure if they kept the water down here longer or not, but on Chickamauga they definitely kept it down longer. And it for me, for my style of fishing, it really helped me out that they did that. I know some other people, lots of these guys on Chickamauga, they don't like it. They like it when the lake's up so they can get out there on those ledges and do that stuff. I don't do that, so if I can stay in 3 feet of water longer than the other guys and those fish are still in there, I'll take it. I'm gonna tie on a jig real quick. This is just a good look. I've got a jig tied on, but I want a different color. Go to a little black and blue with a rattleback. I got my Chickamauga color, which is, I'm gonna go with a blue flash. I'm gonna try something just a little bit different for me. I think this is a 1/2 ounce. If it gets hung up a bunch, I'll go to my 3/8, but this is a black with blue flash, and I'm gonna put a little blue trailer on the back of it. Try that for a little while. If I don't get any bites, then I'll do, may go to a black trailer. Feel like these fish, since they're keen on that shad some, maybe that little bit of flash will make them want to bite this jig. And just a big old power fishing stuff here, man. I'm not going as heavy as some people use 25. I use 20 most of the time. Let me see how that, oh yeah. All right. We'll get up in here and we'll flip around and okay. I mean, this little brush pile right here just screams pitch a jig in me. I'll just flip it right on in there. Oh, something just busted right there next to me. Little guy. Got a little rattle in this thing. Shake it around in there. All right. All right, we got that rigged up and ready for when we need it. That looked like a good spot to start off with it. Well, we had a little stretch there. We had 2 or 3 bites and then nothing. Ooh, that'd make a good cast. I might be able to catch a fish. All right. Well, on Chick, apparently that's the way to catch the really, really big fish, but it's definitely not good for the, I don't know, I feel the same way about live bait that I do with, that I do about forward-facing sonar, I think. I mean, I guess it's all right if you're paying a guide and you don't know how to catch any fish. But I just feel like artificial is a little bit more challenging for for most fish. It's more challenging. It's like you throw a live bait at a fish, most of the time they're going to eat it. Unless they're a snook. Snook are some picky jokers. I had one under a dock down in Florida. I had some little greeny minnows in a bucket, and I had a bunch of them that were dying. And I took 4 or 5 of them and I threw them off the dock right in front of a snook's face. He wouldn't even touch them. Let it get away from me. Turn it down just a touch. The cast control is just a little bit too tight for that. Trying to just pitch this little light bait with 20-pound line, and believe it or not, it's not working. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it? I think I'm getting a little bit of a rush. I just need to take my time and make sure my casts are good. Make sure they go where I want them, and if you do all that, you're gonna get some bites throughout the day. We got a little shade right through here. Should have been one right there. Well, can I get back in here where we can parallel? That's the best way to fish these riprap banks to me. These little shallow ones on this lake, if you can, just Make sure you put your bait in a position where it's banging that bottom. And this bait doesn't run very deep, so you gotta get close. To the end of our riprap here, we got a little bit more, just a little ways down there, but shoot. And we'll go across. There's a little culvert over there. That's kind of what I would consider the very, very back of this cove, and then we'll fish down that bank a little bit, and then we're out. Yeah, that's a good running bait right there. That thing stays down when you rip it. Yeah, sorry, I'm just seeing that, Don, about the topwater. Well, where I'm at I may throw some later, but where I'm at right now, this water's real dirty, and I'm catching fish on a crankbait. I think that was a white bass. Try that again. See if there's another one in there. But this water's real dirty, and it just doesn't lend itself well to crank or topwater fishing. At best I've got a foot of visibility, and that's at best. But I will try it some later. I didn't go to where I normally go this time of year. I'm gonna wait. If I come back down here at all anymore this year, I'm gonna wait till the water goes down some before I start coming back. It's just hard. It's hard. I like having them hemmed up. The creek that I fished last week, it's great when it's down maybe 2 feet and you can see the tops of some stumps. I'm trying to work this little riprap area because I know there's a fish in there. But up in here it's a little dirty. I thought about throwing a buzzbait a little bit this morning. Talked myself out of it. A couple of trees out in there, I think. See if I can get hung up on one of them. Well, I hit one. Here's another one, I think. Man can't live on top water alone. Even though I do my best to do it. I'm backing out because I know there's a couple of trees down right through here somewhere. If I can hit the exact right cast, I'll catch me a biggie off because it's a big tree. I can't see where it enters the water though, but I know it's out there. Oh well. All right, I'm gonna shoot over here. Shoot over here this culvert. They put a new culvert in here this year. It's actually a little bit bigger than the one that was there. And then there's more of the lake on the other side. It's just too bad you can't go through here. That would make for some. That'd be a good deal for me. I'd like to go through over there and try that without having to go all the way around. That's a long way to go down and around and come back up. Like 10 or 12 miles. That's a really big backwater on the backside. No. Yeah, good, I broke it. This bank, I can probably just rip this crankbait down through here, and there's not much anything except for some rock right on the bank. There's a whole bunch of new earth in there. Be a while before that gets overtaken with growth. To let you know if they're pulling water, or if it's going in or coming out. This will tell you in a hurry. Looks like it's actually coming up is what it looks like to me. Yeah. Or it's coming in, not going out. That's odd. Why they'd be drawing it up. See my little jig here. There's some fish up in there popping around. Shoot a cast up in there with that spinnerbait or something, I might get a bite. I'm just gonna fish this edge with this. Oh yeah, they're busting right in the mouth of that thing. They're hitting some shad up in the mouth. On the other side, I see them. I'm gonna see if I can get in the right position to shoot that spinnerbait up in there. Thought I was hearing something. I don't know if I can cast it far enough up in there to get to them. We'll get a little closer and there's muddy water coming through there though. Ah. Yeah. Oh, I had a bite. Had a little bite. There we go. That might be a good shot. Now they're still flicking in there. Who knows how big they are. I don't think there's that, the ones I'm seeing, I don't think are that big, but that doesn't mean there's not some good ones in there with them. Oh yeah, I'm about 10 feet. I'm about 10 foot short on my cast, I think. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. There we go. I wish I could cast like that guy on the internet. There we go, that was a good shot. That one went way up in there. And I got 0 bites. All right, make a couple more casts and then we're gonna move on. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear them up there. Hear them up there busting. Well, none for poor Adam. That's okay. Nothing for poor Adam. Oh well. Put that down, we'll go back to our crankbait. Make one cast with that in there, see if anything. Nope. All right, no luck. We're going on down our bank here. But they're definitely pulling current in, which is strange. Oh, we got a little cloud cover. Maybe that'll stick around. It doesn't look like it will, but hope springs eternal. I'll put this thing up on the bank and get out and go over there and make a few casts. But I'm not gonna. No bites. Ooh, I spooked something there. I got him. I got him. Oh, no, he came off. I don't think I spooked him. I think I excited him to bite. He was right up on the bank too, that one was. When you're doing this kind of stuff, never miss the bank if you can help it. Always get the bank. You'd be amazed how many bites you get within just a few inches of starting to crank that handle. Yeah, this is definitely a down grass year. The amount of grass I'm seeing out there ain't anything to what it was a few years ago. This lake used to be known for its spring weed bed fishing. And I don't know if it's because they quit drawing it down. They used to draw it down 6 feet every year, and now they've only drawn it down 3. I don't know if it has something to do with that, or if there's a water quality issue going on. Not sure what's going on there. I think we're gonna call that done. And we're gonna make our way down the lake. Don, I'm on Weiss Lake, about to jump out in the Coosa River. All right. We'll go ahead and get this ready to go. Before we go, I caught some fish on that little old school We Are last week, so we're going to try it again in some of these creek mouths. It's got a good depth. It's a small bait. Got a real small profile, but this one's just a little chartreuse greenback thing. It's good for this little bit dingier water. Let me see what oh no, I'm just gonna leave them all right there. They'll ride. Yeah, it's supposed to be crappie capital of the world, as they say. I don't know if I believe that, but I've caught some pretty good ones bass fishing here. Some over 2 pounds. I've never caught any monsters. Let me hydrate up here while I'm idling out of here. I gotta fish this little bit of grass right on the front side of this island. It just, I can't leave without fishing it. I'm sorry. It just looks good. All right. Can't leave without fishing that. It's the wrong time of year for it, but we're gonna give it a shot. Man, that water's dirty. Whew. This is not the right spinnerbait for these conditions necessarily, but and that's not willow. That's not willow grass. That's that other stuff that I don't know what it's called. And I've not done. Ooh, there's no willow grass really growing in here. I've not really done good in this stuff, but man, it just looks good. When the watercolor's like this, kind of chocolate milkish, it looks almost, this water looks almost like coffee with creamer, color-wise. But when it's like this, I've got it. I'm not fishing it. I probably need to be, but I've got a chartreuse with chartreuse blades. It's a good bait for this color water. Or you can fish bigger blade, just bigger blade spinner baits, like Colorado, Indiana. I'm just fishing what I got tied on because I know where I'm going, I'm gonna need this instead of those. But I mean, they'll hit this too. I just like fishing this little shallow stuff, but there's some stuff out in the river we can try. I caught a pretty good one on one of those patches last week, and I'm gonna try it again this week. But I'm gonna fish it with a swim jig because the water's a little clearer out there. Should be. Got some carp in here. Oh, Mr. Carps. I don't know what that grass is called, but it kind of lays over, and it just looks like something that somewhere those fish ought to get into. You would think they would get all in that stuff. But I don't see any evidence of it. I see evidence of carp shooting out of there. All right, we got a little bit clearer water coming up right through here. That's weird. It just changed from being really, really dirty to only medium dirty. Yeah, we're shallow. All right, we're out of here. I just wanted to give that. Gotta keep it honest sometimes. I don't even, like I said, I don't even know what that grass is called, but it's not willow grass. Hey, thanks, Kaiden. I appreciate it. Getting ready to make a little move right now, so if y'all just stick around with me, we'll be out in the river here shortly, and we'll get us some more fishing in. It's shallow right here. Looks like a little spot we need to slow down right here. Got a tree cut across the... Alright. We're almost out of this creek. Almost there. All right, we're going off of this creek to start off, and then we're going to weed there that's got some. Ought to be good. But right through here, let me check my drag. Right through here, somewhere, I greased up the off like crap. There's some stumps out here in the river, off the bank. Or it looks a little bit better out here than it really sounds like. Think we're going to for a few minutes. We'll come back, hit this creek mouth properly. Give some of this shallow stuff a fair shake, and before we come out and just put a crankbait in our hand or something and just do that all day. Now that the sun's coming up, when I'm fishing these grass beds, I'm gonna put that spinnerbait away. We don't really have any wind or anything to make it. Well, we got a little something busting out in the mouth of that thing. We'll give it a shot for a minute, and then we'll go up in there. Seeing some activity, so we might as well give it a shot. I'm not going to fish this whole creek mouth. I'm just going to kind of make a few casts right out in the deep section of it, and then we're going to turn around and hit all our. I just feel like fishing some grass today. That's why I came down here, hit this willow grass. Ooh, we got a big boat coming up the river. All right. Alright, put this down, pick up the jig, and and go to work. Got something tangled here. What is going on? There we go. It's got a little 1/4 ounce swim jig. We'll fish through this. Just kind of fish through this grass and see if we can get anything to pop it. Now I gotta get out of here because I'm about to get rocked by a big old ski boat coming up. Try that backwater. We'll get the protection. Well, he looks like he's slowing down, so that's not. Oh, turn around. All right. Around, we don't have to deal with those wakes. Yeah, it's nice to be able to get out here and spend a little time on the water. Alright, we're going over here to this grass patch, and then there's another point over there. That's where I'm ultimately going to get to, but right now I'm just kind of fishing my way over there. Just using a little 1/4 ounce. This is a Scottsboro jigs, swim jig. I've never really done any good on the 3/8. This one I can really kind of slow through this grass, and it kind of stays up in the water column, so I like that. Sometimes when that sun gets up, they don't want to mess with that spinnerbait anymore. It's a little bit too much. I don't know if it's too much flash or too big of a profile or what, but this thing right here does just a little bit better job. So that's what we're going to try for a little while. We caught a few fish on it last week. Saw a little movement there. Still seeing some movement there. Oh, that one come out there and get it. He just didn't grab it good. Oh, wore my little skirt off, or not my skirt, but my trailer. See if I can put it on there, and yeah, that'll work. Probably gonna have to replace that soon. Well, Might not have had it back in there quick enough to get him. He wasn't much size. I saw him come out and grab it. Doesn't bite. Wasn't quite the size we were looking for, but I just like getting bites. I'm not too much worried about size right now. He came out of some of the heaviest stuff. There's still some motion on some of that grass. All right. Got a the old lovely Lake Weiss dock. Itching for a Hey, what's up, Bob? Thanks for subbing. I'm on Lake Weiss today in northeast Alabama. It's a good I don't know where you're from, but it's a decent lake. It's just kind of off the radar. It's where I initially, this is where I grew up fishing this lake. And I feel like the lake is better than it was when I was growing up. We didn't catch near the fish that I catch now. I didn't like that cast. How we looking? I think I've already put 7 in the boat this morning. Ooh, I need to do something about that. I'm a little bit tight. A little bit tight on my controls there for pitching. Yeah, there we go. I never, on this lake, if you get a dock like this, I don't have very much luck on docks like this where there's not any cover around them other than just the pilings. But my favorite place to fish is to go on the inside of them and just pitch it right up under there, right up in that where all the walkways come together. That's always been one of my favorite places to pitch a jig or a worm. I used to fish a worm around them a lot. And then I caught a bunch of fish right on the bank. I always like to make a good shot right in those types of places too. I'm just gonna kind of hop it out real quick. All right. We did just have a bite on the old swim jig here, so we're gonna keep up with it. Even though this bank right here, this bank like this lends itself a little bit more to a crankbait. I'll bust it out in just a second. I always like a good, there's a little boat ramp right there. I always like that. There's usually some stuff on the edges of them. They usually got some rocks, and this one's got a little bit of grass on one side. We used to have my uncle used to have a place on Weiss, and there were some guys came up one time, and I don't know if noodling used to be illegal in Alabama, or if it still is. These guys, these boat dogs, a stick with a treble hook, and they would find those fish. And this was before I'd ever even heard of noodling. They would find those fish, and it would bite down on that stick, and they'd yank that hook in their mouth, and then the guy in the boat would reel the fish in. And we watched them catch one that was 15 or 20 out from underneath underneath their dock one time. It was pretty cool. First time I'd ever seen anybody noodle or do anything. I guess that's not technically noodling, but whatever it was the first time I'd ever seen anybody go up underneath. They went underneath the boat ramp, not underneath the dock, underneath the boat ramp. There was some, it was kind of eroded out from underneath it, and that's where they found that fish laying. Never would have thought there was a big catfish doing that. Back then, I wouldn't have. Alright. We're gonna go down here just a little bit further in the shade. We're gonna turn around and we're gonna work this little. Hopefully these geese don't start squawking on us. Ooh, there's a little stump right there. That's a good cast. Didn't even realize it. See some shad up in here. That's good. Bunch of geese up in the shade. I'm not gonna get too much in their business. Even though this whole bank down through here looks pretty good. Cool, man. I've feel stuff if you want to check it out. I'm not the best down there by any means, but I catch some decent ones every now and then. I've got some live videos out there, and I've got a couple of just shortened videos. I haven't caught any great big giants. I've caught some in the 5 and 6 pound range, I think, down there. I live in Chattanooga, so I fish Chickamauga a lot, and I like all the boats down there is just bass fishermen in Chickamauga, man. It's just overrun with pleasure boaters and stuff that you. In this little boat, I get beat up. I mean, even in my bass boat, I get beat up, just beat to death. Yeah. This is a good little point. Once we get done with this weed bed, we might move off of it. There's a bunch of rock out there in front of it. But I'm gonna give this weed bed a good shake just to start off. I had a bite in that other one, I ought to get a bite in this one. I'll be hanging out in the shade. We should have gotten it right there. I get one on that little grass point coming out over there. Ooh, I see some good. I'm gonna go ahead and I just see something under the water. I can't tell if that's bait or if that's just might just be bait. Get my crankbait, and before I move on, I'm gonna make a few casts over there. Might be some cover under the water. I think it's a bait. I think it's a school of bait fish moving through. Let me see. Yeah, school bait. We'll make a couple casts across this point before I proceed. I might need that deeper diver. It's a little bit deep in here. A little too deep for this shallow one. There we go. We're bumping some good rock. I had a little bite right there at the, I think it was a little white bass right there at the boat. All right, back to the swim jig. All right. Oh yeah. There's one little hard clump over there. We'll give that a quick shot, and then we're gonna cross over and just kind of fish our way out. There. Might have been a little bit off. Yeah, a little off. Not quite where I wanted to be. There we go, that's a little better. Didn't do any better, but I felt better about it. All right. I don't expect to do too good in here anywhere else. I just came in here to fish that point, but we can kind of fish our way out and fish our way back towards that creek. Maybe we hit one in the head. Keep the bait wet. Shade right. Be a low day with humidity. I like these little places where you get a little turn. See a little rock there. Rock mixed in. Lake needs is another RV. Just putting them up in. Oh, it just feels like I'll get a bite in here, but wrong time of year, I guess. A little piece of wood right there with him. Didn't help. It's kind of fishing that outside edge first, and then we'll cast in that gap in between the bank and the other patch, and slurp it in. Yeah, that was sloppy. Way down, I was eyeballing some different places that I wanted to check, and there's some good looking stuff up the river a little ways. As long as we don't have a lot of boat traffic coming up and down through here, that stuff ought to have some fish on it. If it's not too shallow, that's the problem with some of this grass is in the. And if you get boat traffic, it'll definitely run them out of that shallow stuff. These fish in this lake seem to be a little bit traffic. Some other lakes that I've fished. Boat and catching fish, and then the boat go by, and then the action just completely shuts off. Was that a fish? I don't think so. This lake can get busy, but it doesn't get anywhere near as busy, at least on this end, as your Chickamaugas and your Guntersville do. Nowhere near the amount of fishing pressure. About the only time anybody bass fishes on this lake, it seems like, is when there's a tournament going on. You get your ones and twos, but it's not a destination. This one's kind of right on the edge of this creek channel. Oh, legit. All right. Pick my feed this on down here. back out to this mouth, and then we'll just do a little cranking. We'll keep the bait wet in the meantime. Oh, it looks like he might be putting it back on the trailer, so that's good for me. Good for me. There's a little bit of stuff right out in here before this thing drops off in the river. See if they want this little short guy or if we got to put our deep runner back on. If I can even hit anything with it. I didn't feel anything on that cast. But I know there's some stuff out there. I was in it the other day. All right, I'm hitting some bottom. Yeah, I'm gonna put my, oh, there we go. There's some of that stuff. There's some of that stuff. I got hung up in it, didn't I? Oh, I got something. Let's see what it is. Looks like it's just some wood down there. A little tree or something. Try it again. Just keep casting until we get one. Feeling some good stuff down there. No fish to go with the cover, but we're trying. All right. Put our deep runner back on here, see what we can do with it. But it's a big backwater in there. All right, hit the drop off now, so They're right. Seeing a lot of shit. I'm not in the middle. This is just a big creek. It's got some bumps in it. I'll be a spot back here, or a white bass one. Okay, that's when I didn't get a bite. You can hit one of those to get one. Also, some other places. Change that trailer out on that swim jig while I'm easing over to where I want to go, because it's a little kinked up and it doesn't look right to me. Well, oh man, let me look at it. Yeah, well, I'll keep it on there for a little while. If I get another bite on it, it's running straight, so if I get another bite, it'll probably tear it up where I'm gonna have to change it anyway. So, all right, crankbait. This crankbait area. There's two little islands right here, and there's a little ditch that runs between them, and there's wood all in the middle of that ditch. And I might have caught a fish or two here in the past. And we're gonna see if we can add to that record. There's some little fish working some bait right down there. All right, we're hitting some stuff now. Turn the boat a little bit. Ooh, a little bit of a backlash. Yeah, starting to see some fish get a little excited for some top water. And that's not real deep right there either, so it's just a good place for them to kind of sweep in, and it's a good ambush point. You got some wood, you got some current sweeping through there, and then you got the bait. That's yeah, and then you get hung up. Just like, oh, there it goes, it came off. That's one thing about these old baits versus the new ones. The new ones do a lot better job coming over stuff. These old baits, you gotta be a little bit more finessey with them sometimes, coming over the wood. I'm gonna make a few casts with my top water right through here when I get done cranking, if I don't mess it up. That felt like something should have got a hold of that thing right there. Since this water is darker, I'm going to use my little bit bigger popper. Yeah, you can see one after a little piece of bait right there. And that feels good. It feels like there I'll be one to slap that thing. Across all kinds of stuff right there. Make a cast a little bit up. I'm not sure if there's anything any further out or not, but we'll give it a shot. No, I didn't go over any wood right there. I always try to find the stuff that's a little bit deeper if I can. This is a good area in the fall. When they drop the water a little bit, they'll pull out on some of this stuff. All right, last cast, and then we're gonna do something different. All right, no bites. Get my little popper out here. This water's a little dirtier than what I normally like to use this for, but we're going to the side. I'm not going to do this for a real long time right now, but just keeping it honest. Trying to see if we can find something that fish are really going to respond to. That's the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes you just find a little fish, you find a little bait that they really key on, and you can whack them in this river. Other times, no matter what you do, you just got to grind. Oh, come on now. Yeah. Current got me. I wasn't paying enough attention. And these fish in this river, when they hit this thing, man, they hit it. They may not get it, but they're gonna make you know that they're hitting it. Ooh, a bunch of shad just popped off there, so yeah, we're at about a foot of water here. Spooked a little carp. Oh, no way. there hadn't been some current, that would have been a great cast. That current just swept it right into the wrong place. Oh. Saw a little something spook over there too. Here we go. Sometimes you do something like that, you can throw it out in the front and catch one if you don't make any noise. Not in this case. All right, let's get up to this point. There's another point up here. I'm not gonna mess with those things. Those don't normally hold fish. But this point up in front of me where all these logs are holds some fish. And now we get over this grass. I'm gonna pitch my swim jig around a little bit. Are you saying another? Some real shallow stuff, but we'll just kind of keep the boat moving through here while we get up to where we want to go. See if we get a little bonus fish. This is some more of that. There goes a carp. A little short. Actually, that looks like a gizzard shad. He's real dark. Oh, you say another boat in sight? Is that what you were saying? Yeah. I mean, this place is great as far as if you just want to have a nice day out on the water, not get beat, not whipped by the day. Place to catch a few fish. I don't fish down here enough anymore to like really stay on the good fish. That's where I get good ones down here. Some 18, 20 pound stringers when the time is right. Again. I get a feeling a big pot a little too big for down here, but I'm gonna give it a chance. And I don't fish it on this river. I don't fish it anywhere near as fast as I do on the Tennessee River. I've never ever had luck fast popping out here. If I get one right there, that's going to be a struggle. Oh, we hit it. I have one hit it. He didn't get it though. He didn't hit it with any. He didn't hit it with any conviction either. That was strange. Could have been a brim, I don't know. Back in my pocket for a few. It's hot out here, getting sunny. I figured out how to keep my GoPro cool, but I haven't yet figured out how to keep my phone cool. So I gotta work on that. Oh, here's some geese. Here they come. Oh, I hear a jet ski. Looks like he's going the other way. Ooh, look at you breeze. That's all I'm gonna say about that. It's put this down too. Much for here. And I fish. He didn't get a little. Had to move my line. This is just a really big log jam right here. This is a pretty popular log. Pretty much all the time. We're gonna give some of these log jams and stuff a fair shake, especially this one. Oh, this one can be absolute dynamite sometimes. This one's been here for a long, long time. Yeah, that's there, but I need it. Got. See how deep that is right there. Okay. Well, there's some boats starting to come out a little bit now. Here comes a pontoon coming out of that creek. Hopefully he goes downstream. Yeah, he's going downstream good. Alright, we're gonna go around. I'm going around and keep fishing this thing. That was odd. It must have landed right on a landed right on a limb there. Ooh, quite a bit deeper right there. Yeah. It over and it falls down. It's relatively deep there, so it's taking me a little while to let it get to the bottom. Yeah, good. It's a good 8 feet right there, probably. Letting that thing sink to the bottom, giving it a few shakes. It's got a rattle back on it. And reeling it in, making the next pitch. That's what you do with a jig. You just kind of presentation, just usually if they don't hit it in the first couple of twitches, you can reel it right on in and just, that's not entirely true, but that's a pretty good rule of thumb. It's muddy water. A little bash out there. swim on the edge of the guy because creek mouth will give crowd. They told me nothing. All right. Little ground and out kind of stuff. Here. Just gonna start right here, and we're just gonna work every bit of grass we can see and every bit of wood we can see. We got some shade, so that's good. I always tip my motor up a little bit when I'm fishing the river. I feel like it drops down on some of my drag. It makes it a little. We're just gonna fish this. We're just gonna fish this swim jig. Oh. We'll get right up on these things. I don't know how deep it's gonna be. If I feel like it's too shallow to even mess with, I think it'll be fine with this shade and this turn in here. Just in there, it makes a can. It is shallow, but we're gonna give it a fair shake. I like fishing shallow. And we're in the shade, so, and we haven't had a whole lot of boat traffic except for me coming up and down through here to mess anything up. Fish too. I just really like making lots of little short, shallow casts. Got a lady something on that. On that, I got hung up. Hey Bob, I actually built a little box for it, and it's got a little computer fan in the bottom, and I painted it white so it would reflect the sunlight. So I built that box and I put a little computer fan, and so far I just did it maybe a month or two ago. So far it's worked pretty good. I haven't had a single shutdown. As a matter of fact, I need to put my fan on, but I haven't had a single shutdown since I did that. So I consider that a pretty big win, because it is a big problem. I've heard of other people having that problem. I just made it out of some Lexan and some little small angle iron, and it's worked good. I think the main thing with them is protecting that backside, because that screen on the back gets so hot. It's just like a cell phone. It just gets so hot. But that's what I did. I built a little box for it, and it's worked out great. Yeah. If I don't see anything I want to fish, I just scoot right on up to the next little spot here. And I need to get something for I think I'm gonna need to get something for my cell phone, because I had the same problem with it last week, and I carry a spare battery pack if it charged while I'm out here, so that I don't lose my, so I don't lose my signal on my hotspot. But I haven't figured out how to keep. I mean, if you hook it up to a battery charger, it's going, or to an external battery like I do, it'll get hot and shut down too. So, not the best thing I know to do on that is just best thing I know in my pocket. Good morning. Elizabeth City, let's say North Carolina. Pretty good way away. I'm just glad everybody's coming by, stopping by, watching me fish today. Just trying to do a little swim jig in the river. There's the first, that's the first boat that's gone by that's giving me a wake today. So that's pretty good. If we have too many of them, what I'm trying to do is just fish this shoreline grass, but if we have too many of these boats go by, I'll have to bug out on this and try something else, because most of this stuff's only a couple feet deep and I don't think they'll stay in it if they start getting sloshed around too much. That just hogs along and kicks up real good wakes. I'm just gonna stand here for a minute and I'll fish through it, but I'm probably not going to do too good. Not that I've been doing that great to begin with. Got some tough summertime conditions, man. Just bright sky, barely any wind. These are tough. These are tough conditions. I mean, we'll catch a few fish here and there, but it ain't gonna be, unless something strange happens, I don't think it's gonna be hot and fast action. We're just gonna be picking them off here and there. And then we just gotta hope some of them are decent size. This little bit of grass right through here is probably too shallow even if it was at best. I'm gonna bump up just a little bit faster and just hit the high spots. All right, we got nothing right through here, so we're going. Dang, man. There'll be a boat right in front of me. All right, we're moving on. I'm not fishing behind somebody doing this. Looks like he's a jam though. But I'll go up quite a bit further above him and then start right back. Oh, what happened there? creature bait or something up there. Throw this in some ice water for a minute. That's cool you right now. Throw that buff in some ice water and right back on your head right down. Oh yeah, this stuff right through here looks alright. And we got a little bit of it, not much, but now just a little bit further. Could shut down just a little bit sooner, but didn't. We got some good current going on, fish in some of this current. And we got a little lay down, so we hit that lay down. Yeah, that's why we must have had a lot more rain than I thought we did. Water is dirty. Got some current moving, which ought to position these fish right in this stuff. They like that upstream side. That's a good spot right there. I didn't get a fish, did I? Nary bite. Must not be up in the top of the water column. Maybe they're down low. Maybe they're in this good looking shoreline grass. Anytime I got a little pocket in it like that, I always make sure to, it just always seems to be a good place to have an ambush point. Never done much fishing down through here, so I don't have a whole lot of history to back up. As we go up, I'll have more and more history, and I'll know where to catch some fish. This is just trying some stuff out. A little bit of wood right there. Alright, we'll scoot on up to that next. There's a little piece of wood right there, but I believe I had a bite. Yep, he's on it. Oh, he didn't get it. I saw him. I seen him. He hit it and missed it, and I threw back in there and he chased it but didn't bite it again. Alright. That was on a little piece of shallow wood. Alright. Try to get in a little groove with this stuff where we can cover a lot of water quick. Feel like we're being productive, at least with our cast, whether or not we catch anything or not. Oh, here comes that stupid pontoon again. Right there's a good looking spot. We got a little grass, got a little piece of wood pressed up against it. I see a little movement right there. Okay, just jig that up and down right there. Nope, nothing. Saw a little grass movement. Get thrashed. All the stuff right through here looks pretty good. So far, none of it is. Ooh, got a little backlash. That'll be something in some of those little front edge spots. Well, there he was. Came out there and popped it and missed, and I never had him. He didn't come back and get it. Wasn't all that big, but it was, ooh, that whole damn tree, that whole bush shook when I pitched that right there. Okay. There's at least some fish in this stuff. We got a bite and see some movement. But they are just straight up not getting it. Just straight up not getting it. Yeah, I got a little close on that one. A little closer than I meant to anyway. Should have come down here and tried this first thing this morning. I wanted to, and then I stayed up in that creek. there. Pow, that's where he's supposed to hit it. Ooh. Man, this little patch right here just looks good. It's got some good deeper grass, got a little bit of wood mixed in. Got some nice lanes where I can pitch my bait through there and get it, just kind of work it through. Trying to tease something into biting. I like it when I have little lanes where I can still hit some cover, but my bait kind of comes through kind of clean. Oh, there he is. Yanked him clear on the other side of the boat. A little baby. Put it up there, there's a little log right in there, and just kind of not what we're going for, but hey, bite's a bite right now. And he got it. That one got the whole thing. Some of these other ones haven't been getting the whole thing. But that fish was way up in that stuff. I mean, he was up in there. That little bitty fish got that jig, and some of these other fish that are big enough to actually eat it can't even get it in their mouth. I don't know how that works. Got a little bit of wood right here. Got the double whammy coming downstream. Got a little pontoon and a jet ski. the rocking cease here for a minute, and then we'll get back to fishing. That can't be good for this kind of fishing, where you're going fishing the shoreline. And I'm not sure how long it takes after that happens for it to normalize, because it's not like I'm getting regular bites. You would think that would make if there were any bass in there, you'd think they'd be extra alert after that for any bait fish that's getting disoriented. Got some aftershocks coming through here. I think that's it for this stretch of grass. I'm gonna zip up here just a little bit and see if I see any more. If I don't, we're gonna move on. Yeah, you deal without that one. Yeah, we'll go on up there and look. Yeah. Go hit that one last patch and then we're gonna move on. Uh-oh, Don. I'm still streaming, it looks like. Sometimes these little there he is. Good. There we go. Oh man. Hey, there we go. Got a good one finally. Well, see if I can get that hook. There we go. Nice one. All right. Put her back. She was in just there's a little lay down tree right there. Well, it's not a lay down, it's just an overhanging tree basically. Branches are in the water. Oh, grabbed it. See if there's another one. Nothing else is coming out and grabbing it. We do what we gotta do. Wasn't in my grass pattern, but we'll I just saw those trees hanging over, and I thought, well, I'll just flip it right down there, run it down the she grabbed it. There's another one right here. I mean, that one's not quite as big, but there's another fish though. How about that? Okay, a pattern may be emerging. All right, that's a little chunky fish. Two quickies. I'm gonna change this trailer out. That pretty much thrashed it. All right. That's some hanging in the branches. That'll work. We like a good pattern emerging. That look, ooh, that's crooked as all get out. A little better. Pitch it. That's where he was, right in there. Overhanging trees, 2 bass. That's pretty. That gives you something to work with right there. I don't know how many more of those we'll have down the bank, but if I see them, I'm gonna fish them. Welcome back, Don. You almost missed all the action. Couple of decent fish. Finally. That one was probably close to 3. I'm gonna keep doing this, but when I see these overhanging trees, I'm gonna pay a little bit more attention. But they hit my little swim jig, so that's good. Maybe my bait's right, I'm just not fishing in the right place. Made a good choice to fish this little last stretch of grass that I saw up here. Even though that had nothing to do with me catching those fish. I know a place on this river where there may be a bunch of those too. little stretch of it anyway. We got a couple more lay downs going through here, so we'll just keep on rocking. All right, yeah, it'll get a little life in me. Only got a little life. Better fish came up there and took it with some authority. There we go, whole school of, woo, we got a school of something out there. Let me throw my popper out there. Well, I gotta get there. I mean, they're going wild. It's a bunch of them too. Probably just white bass or something, but look at them. Well, that's the only problem with that stuff. As soon as they're out there, they're done. As soon as you get a, well, they're still going, but they're, yeah, I'm not gonna chase after them. We bass fishing. It's too bad they didn't come a little closer to me. About 9 times out of 10, when they're moving away from me, I can't keep up with them and get a bite. So back to my game plan. We got a couple of lay downs right here. That stuff looks fairly new. I see some fresh looking wood on it, so I don't know how good this will be. Sometimes the fresh stuff gets occupied quickly if it's in the right spot. I have no idea how long that's been in there, but I'm not sure it's been in there very long. Whew. what I like to call steamy out here. Oh, hung up on the top of that tree. Went behind it, trying to be cute. Pow. Good looking lay down in front of me. I get one right off the end, and then we'll kind of work our way shallow. I should have got at least one bite off of that. I think as a courtesy, they should have given me a bite. Got another one of these little lay down, one of these trees just touching the water over here. They will catch another fish in one of them and really get that pattern locked down. That one's not, I don't think that one's quite as deep. It's definitely not as big, but it's not as deep either as that other one. But we'll give it a shot. We got a little bit of other stuff on the back side of this one. We got some other stuff laying down right in there. That stuff right there might be too shallow, and I don't think that's going to be enough cover right there where that one is. And it doesn't matter because I got hung up in it anyway. Dang. That's a different kind of tree too. But this one's a lot more sparse. Those other ones had a little bit more canopy going on. They were good, probably good types of place for all day shade. Got a little backlash to get out. Tackle wise on this thing, I'm not using anything super heavy duty. I'm using 15-pound line, which most of my stuff I use 20. And a 6.8 to 1. I don't. This is the fastest reel I own. Yep, Southern manners do not extend to the fish, but they ought to have given me a courtesy bite. This looks like a fairly new lay down. Who knows if there's going to be... Ooh, that was an awful cast. Okay, maybe we can get something. They ought to give me at least... I don't know how long it takes for these fish to like... Oh, that one may be gone. I'm going to have to get my stick out to get that one. Oh, no, it came out. There it goes. Well, shoot. Man, I cannot make a good cast. There we go. Doesn't matter, no bites. And this is just a little medium. This is a medium action, medium heavy. It's just good for casting. This is a 1/4 ounce bait. It's a jig and worm rod, so it's got a pretty good backbone on it. It's got like an extra fast tip, and then it's got a good backbone on it when I really lay into one. But you gotta but it's got a lot of good tip action. I don't know if you can see this, but you can tell exactly where that butt starts. Probably a 75-25. That's probably 2. So the flipping style jig. All right, we got a couple more lay downs up here. We'll give a shot, and then we're gonna make a move. Unless I see some more stuff up here that I hit something. See some more stuff up here that gives me some warm and fuzzies, and then we'll just keep on fishing. Well, so we got some of the stuff that's hanging out over the wire that doesn't have any leaves on it and haven't had a bite on it. And the couple of bites we had were on some of that stuff that had some leaves and had a good canopy. So maybe there's something to that. That's something right there. Yeah. Ooh, there's a nice little breeze. That feels good. Oh, man. Oh, no, 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 no. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There it goes. Win. Cannot win here. It's a fairly fresh tree too, it looks like, so. I don't know how good it would have been anyway, but nope. I got him. It's a big old carp. I saw him. I'm dropping the water. Got a little purpose. Got another little late. I got another little overhang up here. Oh, that one right there's. That one's garbage. Barely even touching the surface. Yeah. Backlash move. Right. That's pretty dry. A little cold biscuit here. Gotta eat on the go sometimes. Oh man, that's good and terrible. Gas station biscuit, just awful. That's pretty good looking lay down right there, that one with all the leaves on it. We're gonna give it a shot. I can agree too. Those last two fish came out of, went over good. Down there. I want to make the right cat. There, pretty good. Kapow. But this, the difference between this one and the other ones, those other ones were a little bit more in the current, kind of on the bend, where there's not as much current. The bite on the front end because we did. I think we got a little pattern going on here, folks. Got a little pattern. Come on. Fish hooked. Go. All right. That's what we call a pattern. You pick out a tree on the river and know you're going to get a bite in there. This is my drag for my drag was all it, and that fish was. There doesn't seem to be multiples under these things though, just the one. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever had that kind of pattern on this river. Before we leave, I'm gonna pitch my flipping jig in there. We'll see if I can wrangle up another bite. Not like I want. Down, I'm gonna go around the back side of this thing and see if I can get up in that real heavy stuff. Neat. One look. Go finish off. Another later. I see a couple on this side that look relatively fresh that are this is a lot deeper on this side, but we're going to try them, see what happens. Sometimes you can do this kind of thing. You can just you know what you're looking for. You just run the river and hit each one, everything you're looking for, and at the end of the day, you have a nice day. This one's got a little bit. This one doesn't have a flat bank. This is a lot more of a. This is the outside bend of a river, so it may not work out the way I think, but actually the way I think is that it's not going to work out, but it might work out. No, this side doesn't seem to be. Probably because they have. If there's any fish over here, they got too much up and down they can do. I see two more on the other side. We're gonna run over there and try them. That inside bend. I don't know if that one's gonna make the grade, but we're gonna try it. We got one right there we could have tried too, but it's quite a bit closer to the bank. This one's hanging out a little bit more, and there's a lay down in front of it. So this area right here, this isn't touching the water.